Okay. Today we're just going to be doing some bossing and boss map farming.
None resist my entropy.
Oh, well, that's a thing.
Mortal flesh is so fallible. Resist the assault. Feel your life drain away. Time to up the stakes.
That's worth something.
Quick and vicious projectiles, okay.
Eagle orb. Cha-ching.
Hey Sanavi, what weapon are you rocking now? What's up, Benny? I am rocking just a 700 Fizz DPS staff. It's got Fizz 1 flat damage, and Fizz 1 added damage, and then Fizz 3 flat attack speed, some crit chance. Then I threw the rune enchant on here for a little bit more increased Fizz. Yeah, I made it Benny. This is SSF, so there's no. It's a private league, so I'm the only person in here. All the gear I'm using right now, I made or found. I believe the eye level is. It's an 85. I have some other bases because I'm planning on making a better staff at some point, depending on how far I go in this SSF test. We'll see. Yeah, a few gear upgrades from yesterday. I found a Carnage Heart, so I went ahead and divined it so I got decent attributes, because I need attributes on my amulet for stat requirements. Would like to have a higher LE resist on there. I'll show you my staffs in a second. But yeah, I found the Carnage Heart, swapped to that, and then I actually spammed some essences on this Stygian Vice, some resistance essences. Eventually hit the T1 life with a T1 fire, because I was spamming, I think, the essence, fire essence on this. And then I was like, okay, I got T1 life and fire. I have like a mid lightning resist, so I just threw on cold and chaos and called it a day. Mostly so I could have a jewel in here with some extra life and attack speed and crit multi if I've killed recently. So pretty decent jewel. Could have a lot better. And then I also crafted 2 other jewels, one with life and attack speed. And then this one over here has the flat crit multi as well as life and some resistance. For my staffs, I have, I think, all my staffs I've played with so far this week on this character. So I have, this was my first staff when I was in the campaign. I basically I think I just alked and chaos this or something, and I got this basically. And then this was my next staff, and I believe for these next 2 I did harvest crafting. So this was like a base 67 item. This is a 71, so 370 DPS versus 240. Then I was rocking this guy for a while. This is 500 DPS, and I also crafted this doing harvest crafting. And now I'm using this one. I like having the Shaper mod, but this is the wrong base. Yeah, progress is happening. I also got a roomies to drop. And the nice thing about roomies is we sit at 65% attack block and 35% spell block because we're using the versatile combatant. But when I pop roomies, you'll see the 65 and 35 goes to 65 and 63. So with roomies up, we're almost at max spell attack and spell block with versatile combatant. We're basically there. We got our block figured out on the build. My boots have 25% movement speed on them, and then I have the implicit for 5% extra movement speed. So between that and Leap Slam, I get around fairly quick. And then I'm running shrines right now on my Atlas because I'm doing boss mapping. So I'm farming boss maps, and I'm running the shrine nodes. So you get the speed shrines quite often, and the speed shrines help out with, you know, the movement while you're mapping. Oh, we gotta go do this. Yeah, Stampede is like a long process for grinding, it looks like. So I kind of stopped farming Blight from yesterday because I want to get my last 2 Void Stones here. And then I think once I get my last 2 Void Stones and my whole Atlas is tier 16, I'm going to just go back to doing Blight farming. Probably the plan. Yeah, Cyclone lowers your speed a little bit, but like, you're not using Cyclone constantly, right? So I can usually tap it once like this to kill regular mobs. So you jump in, Cyclone, jump in, Cyclone, jump in, Cyclone. You're not like spinning like this constantly, right? You only kind of idle when there's like a beefy rare or something. Then you get a nice shrine like this one that does the like double effect thing, so when I jump it's like my action speed is higher now. And then here's a speed shrine, so this is a good example. You get the speed shrine and then you're just super fast. Now I'm moving super fast with the shrines.
Orbit's going.
Is that a new MTX you used to use the shark one? Yeah, this is like the fire Stygian MTX. So I'm using this right now. And then the Cyclone is the currency Cyclone effect, so it gives it that kind of off pale yellow color, which matches the MTX I'm using.
It's just a useless piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, for just like a couple days playing SSF, my gear is pretty solid, and I'm just like cruising through, you know, T15s and T16s. All solo self-found. Feels pretty good. This guy is kind of sketch, so fighting him can be a little annoying.
Grasp your mortality tightly.
Okay, he's doing his little intermission thing now.
Strangle. The veil of safety and security.
Does that storm shit. It's annoying. He does this stuff.
Resist the assault. Grip of the infinite. Resist the assault. The void.
The shark one is nice, but has an optical illusion that makes you seem to spin slower. Yeah, I guess that's true. Keep in mind, my movement speed is not as fast as it will be right now. When I get the Stampede, I will move faster on this character. Because my movement speed is slower, my base movement speed is slower than what, you know, I would get with Stampede. I'd have to POB it, but maximum total life recovery per second from leech, it says it's 1589 right now. So 1500 or about 1600 leech. But I'd be curious when I'm fighting mobs. I think that might go up slightly, I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, because we have, obviously we're Slayer, so we're taking Brutal Fervor, but we also have the Leech Wheel here, so we're getting Priest Leech and Leech is instant. I believe... Yeah, I think we could take, like, these two nodes right here. This would give us some more leech. But generally, I don't feel too bad mapping. If I start to juice stuff, it gets a little sketch. But that's just kind of like, you know, the life of... That's like kind of what happens when you start juicing stuff. Playing Cyclone again. Yeah, Cyclone's been a lot of fun in this testing. Obviously, ooh, that's a really good harvest or memory. You know, obviously we gotta wait for the patch notes to see if the build is still solid, but once again, I really don't see them nerfing this build directly. It's possible that stuff this build uses could get nerfed, but we'll find out in a week, you know? Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't know there was a Strongbox, like, bug with Xbox. Oh, I gotta go to King's March and check my mappers. They should be done.
Life
Yeah, it froze, especially with Ambush Scarab, and you always died. That's a rip, dude. Sorry to hear that. A good memory. On top. Let's go to King's March real quick. There was a lag between button press and movement speed. Pop the box, you almost always got one shot with the wrong boxes. Yeah, that'll do it. There's a lag there between the two. For sure. So let's check my mappers. See if
You've got a bit of treasure to fetch.
my item filter. Not a high note base though. Couldn't use travel skills, he just froze for a second. That's dumb, yeah. That would turn me off from playing the game, to be honest. Not gonna lie. $117 life. Yeah, but the base armor is terrible on this. They fix it in Phorecia, so hopefully the bug won't appear in 3.26. Same with the crashes during Harvest Blade and other content. Yeah, that's shitty that was the thing on Xbox. I still find it hard to wrap my head around playing this game on an Xbox. I'm so used to the PC life. Block attack damage. That neck though is kind of crazy. 30%, 36% increased global critical strike chance. It's T1 on that, but the Fizz roll isn't great. The alley row isn't great.
Come on, Isla, think it through.
Xbox because I can't sit for extended periods in front of PC. Bad back. Gotcha.
What can I do?
Alright. Some gold. And let's do another shipment.
What do you need?
They basically just need Crimson Iron. What is that? 12,000 Crimson Iron. So 2,400. Send 2,500 to this. It's these guys. That's fine.
I'll give him the word.
Guess we could run some more maps.
Welcome.
Really want to get higher mappers so I can have them start running higher maps. I need better base types from the higher maps. I really don't need shit from like T12s right now. Yeah, for King's March, I kind of like King's March. I really don't want them to get rid of the town. If they could figure out a way to streamline setting up the town so you don't have to spend so much time, you know, doing that. I like having this kind of RPG town in the game where you go do things. So I really don't want them to get rid of King's March. I would like them to fix King's March so that it's a part of the core game and they streamline like a lot of the stuff so that it's not a pain in the butt to actually, like, you know, do any of that. That's just my opinion. Yeah, they'd have to fix like gold generation or how that works, and they'd have to fix like they'd have to fix like gold generation, and they'd have to fix like, you know, how the town functions in certain ways. Like, but the idea of this RPG town you go to and you do different things in is, I like it.
The long-awaited event is finally here. Officer Woodson. Twin Terrors. Grasp your mortality tightly. Mortal flesh is so infallible. Time to up this amount of my might. Resist the assault.
That burn, dude, is rough.
Amount of my might. Mortal flesh is so fallible. Such wildly light. Now go retrieve more challenges for the next round.
I like that something's still attacking me. I think if GG made the changes he says, they will probably also lower the quality of items. Yeah, they'll probably nerf it if they make it more accessible for sure. You doing feared? I am definitely not doing feared right now. I don't have the gear for that. I'm just farming, I'm farming currency so I can go farm the bosses because I need to get my 2 void stones. So every set that I'm farming, I get the Maven Witness. So I was just doing a round of that real quick because it gives you some extra shards for boss summons. Plus you can get stuff like Awakened Gems. I've gotten a 3 so far since I started doing this. Doing the destructive play with Maven strategy. So pretty good. But I'm gonna farm a couple Shaper sets now. I basically wanted to farm up two Elder sets and 2 Shaper sets, and then I'm gonna do Elder and Shaper and hopefully get a set to do Uber Elder, and then I'll have what I need to get my Uber Elder Void Stone. And then I've already got a Maven's Writ, so I can go do Maven. So I'm just getting this stuff together so I can hopefully get my 2 Void Stones today. Ah, shit, didn't mean to do that. Monster's blind on hit. This is actually fine. How do you look? Phoenix. Yeah, to start to play is a great way to make money on trade. Because these boss maps sell, you know, or the sets too, sell really well. I often like swap between the two. Oh yeah, rerolling conk maps is gonna be so good.
Felt no emotion.
It's gonna be so good.
He did not hesitate to inflict pain,
Surprise!
for he feels intense, unstoppable agony.
Good old Shaper, dude. I remember when Elder and Shaper were the end game.
Legal orb! Cha-ching! Oh, scare!
You die rather well.
Cha-ching! Supposed to use this piece of shit. That's a surprise! Cha-ching!
They're still the end game for me. Everything below T7, I do like T17 fragment. Yeah, I'm not a big T17 fan, to be honest. I think like T17s are fun if you run very particular builds. Otherwise, I think T17s are just not fun. Like when you do a T17 farmer with a meta build that is really good at it, it's really fun. When you do a T17 on like anything that's off meta and not really designed to do it, it's just not fun. And I'm not a big fan of content in the game being way more easier on like 3 builds versus, you know, the other 10 that are viable in the game, or 15 that are viable in the game. So I think they have a lot they need to do. Like I think overall the community does not really like T17s. That's just my opinion though. A little bit more difficult because I'm doing this with multiple bosses right now, so it's a little bit more difficult.
This is the key to a crucible
Yeah.
that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Only a 3.25 Cyclone had me kill all bosses below T's team the first time ever. I can now get all 4 Void Stones myself, which is awesome. Hey, there you go, man. Yeah, as you can see, I've already gotten 2 of the 4 on SSF. You know, I've been playing this character for 5 or 6 days now. Made this private test league. So I have access to no trade gear or anything, and I'm able to do Void Stones, so... It's definitely a good build for just like starting the league, getting your Atlas set up, getting Void Stones. You can even push into T17s or higher, depending on how much investment you want to put into the build. So it's good time. What's up, Matt? Right now I'm just farming boss sets so that I can go do Elder and Shaper and get my last 2 Void Stones, as well as Maven. The goal today, by the end of today, is to have my 2 other Void Stones, and then I'm going to probably go back to farming Blight after that.
Cha-ching.
That's the other thing about this build, right? Is
Cha-ching.
it's a one-button build, right? You just hold down, right-click, or whatever you keybind Cyclone to, and you just spin to win, basically. You use like 2 other abilities when you get to a boss. Let Minotaur kill me with a charge, whatever he does. Yeah, he does that burrow underground, and then when he pops up, he does a shit ton of damage. This build, one of the weaknesses to this build is its fizz damage. Fizz damage reduction's a little low, so you have to play a little smart until you kind of get like really expensive gear. You gotta play a little bit careful.
Time to up the stakes. Be healed and fight on.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Right now, Matt, I'm not doing Blight, so I want to get my 2 Void Stones, so I'm doing the Destructive Play boss farming tree. So we're trying to generate lots of boss maps. And then we're doing Maven Witness. And then I'm doing just like shrines with it to buff my character. And then extra Kirak scouting maps and things like that. So no Blight right now. I want to get my 2 Void Stones, so that way every map that drops potentially could be a T16 without me having to spec extra points into my my Atlas for that. Plus it also gives you a higher chance at getting T17s. So I'm trying to get a little stockpile of T17s going. I've noticed since I've got my 2 Void Stones, I've started to get a couple T17s. So just to kind of have them there if I want to do that down the road. Which I probably won't, honestly. This character, I don't see I don't know if I'm going to play this character much more over the next couple days. Like once I get the 2 Void Stones, I might just call it on this character, because the main goal of this character was to test a very restricted environment, gearing it and leveling it and seeing how well it would do as a league starter, and checking my POB for recommendations to you guys, and everything feels good and looks good. I might spend next week actually cooking up another character and doing a test on that, so in case the patch notes affect anything, like say the patch notes break this build, then I have like another build that I can play. Oh, yeah, well, so I got this from the Starfall guy, you know, like the new boss. You go into his little underground lair or whatever, he dropped a power rune. Of course, just asking as I'm a Blight enjoyer. Yeah, I mean, grinding Blight is what I, like once you get your full set of Void Stones right, then it's just grinding Blight until you get Stampede. And that could take like a week, you know, because Stampede could be really rare. Like the upgrade path for gear now would be getting a Stampede, then go farm Cyclone of Tumult from lab, so you have those 2 things, and then work on a much better staff. That would be like if this was the league launch and I was actually pushing this character in SSF, those would be the things I would do. It would be Void Stones, farm Stampede and Blight for however long that takes, get a Cyclone of Tumult, and while I'm doing all that, simultaneously work on crafting like an 850 to 900 Fizz DPS staff at the very least. That would be like what I'd be trying to do with my gear. Oh, the other change I did was I was able to hit melee hits have chance to fortify on the chest, and because I got melee hits have chance to fortify, I was able to drop the steadfast cluster here. So this gave me 5 points that I put into jewel sockets on the tree, and freed up that wheel for me. Have a nice game. I have a question. In SSF, you need more investment to Uber. What's up, Mamu? Yeah, so in SSF, it's more of a grind to do everything. There's some people that play this game that are super, super efficient, and they can clear all the Uber bosses and do everything faster than people do in trade. But the average SSF player, it takes longer, because you, like right now, if I was on trade, I would just buy these fragments to go do the Void Stones, but I have to actually run the maps and get the fragments on SSF. So you have to do everything yourself. But it does take longer. Stampede Replica better. I prefer the original Stampede from Blight because it has a tag that it's basically like this. It increases the cooldown recovery of your travel skills, so it makes Frostblink super quick. So Replica Stampede isn't bad because it fixes the issue with Cyclone of Tumult. But if you had to choose between regular Stampede and Replica Stampede, regular Stampede is better for this build.
One of my captives wore many
You want to make a
faces.
full POB when notes have dropped if there are changes, otherwise I guess we can just use the 3.25.
He countered
Yeah, so I've already made changes to my POB from my older video. So the plan is I'm going to have a video prepped and ready for next week that goes over the POB and has the new POB. And when the patch notes drop, if they affect anything and the build is still viable, I'll update the POB real quick and then publish the video. If the patch notes don't really affect anything, I'll just publish the video right away. If the patch notes break the build and make it basically not fun to play or unplayable, then I won't be posting a video. So yes, as long as the build is still good next week, there will be a video and an updated POB. And I will probably showcase my SSF character that I'm playing right now in that video, just to show people that haven't been watching the streams that you don't need to play trade to play this character. You don't need to play trade to be able to do all content, or most content on this character. Playing trade will make it a lot easier to do all content on this character, but if you're simply just trying to get T16s, Void Stones, you know, maybe do some T17s, you don't need to play trade with this character. It's completely, everything's completely doable in an SSF setting. I would say like doing Juice T17s and doing Uber Pinnacle bosses, I would not recommend an SSF on this build unless you're going to play it for a very long time. It's definitely something that you would need trade to do, I believe, to get access to certain items, or make your life easier with crafting gear. I've made slight edits to the leveling trees, Benny, based on this play session. So I changed a few things based on what I noticed playing this character, leveling it basically. Not anything super major. Yeah, so I can show you the POB real quick actually. I'll just hop out of this map. So let me swap over to that. So in my POB, I have loadouts for the whole leveling progression. So like at level 16, I have the skills. I have your, well, I should say I have your passive tree. I have what skills you should use in this range. And I have basic item sets. For most of the leveling, I just put a weapon in here to sim damage. You're just looking for life and resistance gear, right? While you'll level this, none of this really matters. So like as you go to level 32, once again, I update the skills. We switch to Sunder after Act 1. You start using Sunder. Updated skill tree. And then once you get to 77, that's when I actually have recommended gear and your skills. So you can see we have our full skill set up now. And then if you look at items, I give you like cheap uniques that you can buy on trade. Like usually a Hegeonymies is pretty cheap, and this is a decent Fizz staff that you can use when you're starting out mapping. So you get this like right when you finish the campaign, or as soon as you can afford it. And this will carry you for a while. And you can see all my gear recommendation is just like life and resists. And then your flasks, like you want to get a Roomies as soon as possible to help with the block. And then once you get to level 90, at this point I recommend getting a Fizz cane from Katarina, specifically because the deal double damage while focused is really nice. And then you can see at this point you should have a Stampede, and you should have swapped to Cyclone of Tumult instead of regular Cyclone. Likewise, once you get to crit conversion around 90. I then change the gear loadout based on you going crit, so you're now using crit rings. You know, you're switching to an Abyssus for the crit multiplier. I haven't got an Abyssus yet on this SSF character, but an Abyssus is huge. It does make you take a lot more fizz damage. You can see our fizz damage hit goes down, so we're kind of squishy, versus, you know, having another 3 to 4k without Abyssus. But Abyssus is such a damage multiplier, you kind of have to use it. So yeah, I have loadouts for every step of the whole leveling process. And then I have my Giga Endgame version, so you can see lots of damage. This is a super expensive build, like my current character on Settlers. We're using like a Progenesis that's like 30 to 50 divine depending on the role. We're using a really high-end staff that's going to cost you like at least 80 to 100 divines to craft. We're using stuff like you know, a Mage Blood, if you can get it. That's like another 200 divines. So this is a fully optimized end-game setup that is very expensive. You know, we're doing the Flame Flesh with More Than Skill from Gladiator. That gets our block chance up to almost 90% for attack and spell. Those are very expensive jewels. So this is like my character on Settlers Trade right now. But also just understand it's super, super expensive for the end-game version. But it's like a blast if you sink the currency into it. What's up, AJ? Can this build farm delve bosses? I've never farmed delve on this build, but usually my understanding is delve bosses spawn around level 200, right? I don't see why you couldn't, because the damage and defense is more than enough to do delve at 200. So I would say yes, you can with a build that you've invested in to at least crit conversion. I would say yes, you should be able to delve boss with the crit tree right here. Okay, there's Benny. Yeah, he did 630 on it. Yeah, so I don't see anything about Delve that would make this not playable. I could see you doing Delve with way less gear than what I have, you know, on this POB Warrior version. Once again, this is doable, but it's like, how much currency can you farm? How much time are you going to play the game for the league? I played my character on Settlers for weeks and farmed up, you know, most of these items by making money in trade and stuff. This is where I would be like, this is not realistic in SSF, right? This isn't very realistic in SSF. Some of the stuff you can target farm, like Progenesis. You can target farm, you know, things like Light of Meaning and a Watcher's Eye. But like getting the right rolls and the right things on it, like you'd want to play trade if you're trying to do something this deep into the build, for sure. Yeah, Progenesis is a huge defensive layer for this build, so yeah. And as you can see, Mamu, like I am in a private test league right now that I'm testing out the build again, and I've been playing for 5 or 6 days, and I'm currently, you know, running T16 maps and doing boss farm for fragments for my other void stones and stuff. So you know, I'm not even like a week into playing this character, and pretty much like could do everything but T17s and Uber Pinnacles already. So granted, I've sunk a lot of hours in the last week into playing this character, so keep that in mind. If you don't have as much time to play, it could be a little bit more, a little bit longer to get to this point. But also, you might be a lot better of a player than me and able to, you know, push through the game a lot quicker than I can. I tend to be inefficient with how quickly I vendor things and how quickly I do mapping and stuff like that, you know, so I'm definitely not a good reflection of how well this build could perform in the hands of a very efficient player that's really min-maxes their time and what they're doing. Yeah, if you want to do Uber bosses or do like Juice T17s, it needs investment. It is. I'm not going to try to sell this to you and say, oh yeah, you're going to very easily be able to do, you know, Pinnacle bosses or T17s. No, you're going to have to invest currency into the build. if you want to trivialize that content, like trivialize it and make it, you know, cheese, you're gonna have to sink money into the build for sure. It's not something like, you know, Archmage Ice Nova Frostbolts that just kind of cheeses everything. Oh, we got a Soul Eater. Soul Eater, my favorite mod in the game. Oh, and it has life regen too. That's fun. I like how I only get one shrine in this map. Oh, okay. Let me let me fix that for you real quick, my bad. Sorry about that. Pro streamer, right? Yeah. Come on, Mariville. Let's put this portal a little bit more out of the way. The best strat at start of the league, rush void stones and farm high tier maps. You can do whatever you want. When I played Settlers last league, I actually, you know, I rushed my Atlas and got my void stones, and then I did ritual farming for a while. That was how I made some currency early on, and then eventually I swapped over to doing like destructive play, right, like I'm doing right now, and selling boss maps. But no matter what your farm strategy is, I highly recommend, you know, progressing. You know, you want to progress your Atlas and you want to progress your Atlas and get all your void stones, for sure. I can give you the exact name of the MTX as soon as I get done with this real quick. Or actually, I can tell you right now, it's Divine Stygian Body Armor. So the set is Divine Stygian. Of course, he's going to do one more of these phases.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity
Yeah, it's
of the
the
mind.
I'm using the Divine Stygian set, and then I'm using the Celestial Emperor wings, and then I'm using Darkseer weapon effect with the Arch Nemesis fire character effect, which gives me that kind of trail when I run behind me. And then the pet name, I really like the Fire Ant Colony. I'm using that. No, the Cyclone effect is this right here, so I'm using Cyclone currency effect. Your Cyclone becomes a currency effect. That's what does that MTX. I was trying to find something that matches this set, like the Saw Blade really doesn't fit it. Kind of does, kind of doesn't. I was using the Shark Cyclone on my main character. This one's fun because it has sharks that swim around you. So I really like the shark one. That's a thing. But yeah, currency is what I'm using right now. Alright. I guess we could go do a Shaper and or an Elder real quick, because I got enough to do one round of each. Or at least one round of Shaper and two of Cyclone. when I use the shark one. Yeah. The cleanest one in my opinion is Illusionist. Illusionist gives you the most visibility. So if I turn off my other MTX, you're just going to see the blue lines. You're not going to see the... it should be my weapon effect that's doing this right here. If I turn that off... Yeah, so this is a pretty clean one. I do have the white one. But I think for the best visibility, you use like Illusionist. But I like the currency right now. And then actually, let's go check our ship before... Yeah, the shark one does make it seem a little slower.
Got some goods. I see ya.
Ooh, we got a lot of stuff. Alright. I'm gonna take the currency manually first.
Come on,
You only have the
Bill.
shark one? Gotcha.
Let's make some dust.
Oh, I got a Hermsara. This is actually pretty neat.
Doing again.
Go do a cold version of the build.
Hail. What have you got? I'm on it. What do you need?
Alright, lots of ore column and chrysanthem. Just gonna send another round of crops, get some more currency. This currency is king.
Off they go.
Okay, let's go do Shaper and Elder. So we can do Elder first. I'm gonna turn off Maven Witness because I don't want to make it harder than I need to right now. Just trying to get these frags so we can do Voidstone. Not bad damage for a regular Elder, I guess. So used to trying to jump away when I see Shaper do that effect. I don't normally farm regular Elder. Yeah, it's not too bad, right? I mean, it is just normal Elder, but... For SSF, right? Not too bad. Alright, this should be over in a second. He can drop a Watcher's Eye, yeah. I think the chance is higher on you know, like to get a better Watcher's Eye or to get it in general. I believe it's higher on
To me, exile, quickly.
I believe it's higher on like Uber Elder. I think he can still drop it on
This piece of shit.
normal though.
So that
Alright, so if we're lucky, we'll get the other fragment here and we won't have to farm up a whole another set of Elder shit. I believe with Harvest I can swap the fragments, but I'd have to farm some juice. Chimaron. Alright, let's do another Elder, I guess.
I can't do this to you.
Oh, I stood in that shit. I've never done an Uber and have like 10 Watchers and Settlers now. Oh, gotcha. Okay. You've never done Uber Elder, though? I guess, yeah, if you've never done it, yeah. Well, I guess when I say Uber Elder, I mean like when you fight Shaper and Elder together. So not like just Elder or Shaper, but normal Shaper Elder, because there's normal, what we call Uber Elder, and then there's like Uber Elder, right? So I believe like Elder can drop a Watcher's Stone or Watcher's Eye, but it's really low. I believe Uber Elder, when you fight Shaper and Elder together, there's a higher chance. And then obviously when you do Uber Elder, or the Pinnacle version of Uber Elder, it's a really high chance. Yeah, the one with the Void Stone. So that's what we used to call Uber Elder back in the day. I guess now it's just, I mean, it's still called, I guess the Elder in the Shaper's Realm, whatever the hell they want to call it. I call it Uber Elder. That used to be the end game fight in PoE. Like when I started playing, that was the end game fight back in the day. There wasn't anything else in the game. There was, well, there was like Adziri. Adziri existed. There was like a few things, but like Uber Elder, the Void Stone fight was the premiere.
So that was the
Hey, we got the other fragment. We got lucky.
terrible monster.
Yeah, so there's a pinnacle version of the Void Stone fight. That is the hardest version of that.
From this world.
So
There
you
must
fight
be a way
Shaper and Elder together, but it's like a pinnacle version of the fight, and it's a lot harder. Alright, so we got pretty lucky there. We got both of our fragments without having to do that more than once. So we'll do a Shaper set, then we'll farm another Shaper set. So we'll do Shaper, then we'll farm another Shaper set. Yeah, you get the fragments from T17 farming, then you just put the 5 fragments in and you go fight Pinnacle Uber Elder, basically. So I have videos on my channel. I did like, I think I did all of them or everything but one of the Pinnacle fights. I did the majority of them on the Cyclone build in 3.25. So Uber Elder, Pinnacle Uber Elder I did, Pinnacle Cortex I did. I believe I did Pinnacle Eater, did Pinnacle Exarch. I think I did Pinnacle Maven, I can't remember.
I see you, little mouse.
Thought so, out of my league, yeah.
Run along.
Those fights require very specific builds to cheese, or you just have to like invest a lot of money into your current build. You can do those fights on a lot of different builds, but with the exception of a couple, you have to like invest quite a bit of currency and have some pretty decent end-game weapons to do, or end-game gear to do, I should say. One of my favorite pinnacle boss farmers is like Poison SRS is really good for that. It requires quite a lot of investment, but it really cheeses those fights and is like a really nice way to just farm pinnacle bosses.
Damn you!
Your recklessness will not go unpunished.
Actually, I think the swamp boss is the hardest under T17, the one before Eater and Maven, Third Simon says. The swamp boss, are you talking about like the Abomination map? Oh, Malachi. Alright, this is annoying, I have to actually do the fight.
You are being selfish.
This guy hops around way too much. Yeah, that fight can be pretty difficult for sure.
You force my hand again, little mouse.
Dude, I'm so hyped for Zana to come back. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the trailer next week. I'm ready for the return of Zana.
My will, and you shall obey my order.
Zana is my favorite Path of Exile character.
They're coming.
I hate that always sink and die. Yeah, for sure.
Inconsequential.
Fly into the cover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
You started mid-Crucible, not counting the beta many years ago. Oh wow, okay, yeah. Yeah, Zana was like your go-to girl back when I played. There was no Kirak, it was just Zana. And I remember when all the Betrayal NPCs used to be the actual old masters and doing the rotas to do your master missions and level them up and stuff. Such a different game back then.
Behold the face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me.
D4 release was like really bad, yeah.
Stop.
I don't blame you for trying out a different game.
Come to me.
Alright.
They're coming through.
I didn't mean to place that there, that's unfortunate.
To me, exile.
Oh, we're doing another round of this crap. That circle right on me.
Imperfect.
But the learning curve for Pee-wee is hella steep, but a lot of fun if you take the time. Yeah, Pee-wee is one of those games where it's like, there's so much to learn. And one of the cool things about playing SSF is you have to engage with all of the systems in the game, right? So, you know, you have to understand, okay, how do I do June? How do I get all my crafts? You know, why is Essence good for crafting? Okay, farm Harvest. Why is Harvest good for crafting? Why is Delve good for crafting? There's certain base types that you can only get from Delve, right? Like the specifically really good minion ones. So you can target farm those. There's just a lot of content that you don't interact with on trade because you don't have to. Being greedy here. Mostly farm currency and buy what I need. Yeah, I mean that's trade life. You just farm the currency and then buy stuff. I do that on trade myself. But I might do SSF this time. I'm having a lot of fun like doing everything this way.
I can't do this just yet.
Come to me.
Double Shaper. Let's get this out of that.
Buy me some.
Should be close to coal range here. There we are.
Irrelevant!
Shaper's Touch. I love the look on the items. I don't have the patience for SSF. I get antsy if I can't progress my character in a decent time frame. Yeah. Alright, we gotta farm up one more Shaper set, and if we're lucky, we'll get the other fragment, and then we have a full Elder set, and then I've got a Maven's Writ, so we should have what we need for our 2 Void Stones pretty soon. Always do that. Actually, this is fine. Sure. Gilly weakness is kind of dumb. Burning Ground. I will pass on Burning Ground. Fine for that. Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm actually gonna step away for a few minutes. I have a work call. I'll be back in about 5, maybe 10 minutes. I'll put a note up on the stream. Okay, now that that's done, go ahead and update this. Oh, I think we have a Kirak mission, don't we, to do these?
That's the trail.
Or the Hydra. Okay. Let's do Lair. Lots of Kirak missions now. It's nice.
One of my captives wore many faces, yet kept her true face hidden. Now, she cannot escape her true face.
You die rather well.
The void protects its children.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
A little bit more difficult when you got the extra bosses in there. We got it done. Now we got a Kirak mission.
Long day.
Knock this out real quick so I can get the skill point.
Entertain me. Give yourself to the void. Grasp your mortality.
Oh, and we got Hydra.
Life is so brittle.
Alright, Minotaur's down. Gotta get Hydra down. Fire guy just exploded. Okay.
Just wait for next of our org. Unexpected, but not unwelcome. Another round will commence as soon as I have more combatants.
You got some goods in.
Why, hello.
Hail!
One of my captors refused redemption. He did not see value in a new life. Now, he likes it.
Gem cutter's risen. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Mighty hand. Cha-ching. Mighty hand. Cha-ching. What's it on? Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Time to up the stakes. Strong and hard.
Cha-ching.
Twin terrors.
Cha-ching.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Stretches the sanity of the mind. It's a lot of armor.
One of my captors felt no emotion. He did not hesitate to inflict pain. Now, all he feels is intense, unstoppable agony.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Mighty hand.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind. One of my captors hid a beast within his heart. Now his true self can be
Oh, Scarab! Take some! Cha-ching! 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 Just a useless piece of shit. Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Those I serve cast their eyes upon an endless, unchanging horizon, and have never had cause to look away. Without
Orbit's
change,
going!
time passes like a
Oh, Scarab!
it is invisible, meaningless and insignificant, one with no beginning and no end. Then came
Time to up the stakes.
Stand, and now they can see nothing else.
Guardian now.
So brutal. Enough of my might. Life is so brittle. To all Emma. Grasp your mortality tightly.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind. I see you, little mouth. You don't belong here. Run along. You tamper with things you do not understand. Attacks! On guard! Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. Leave or perish. You force my hand again, little mouse. So be it. You've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order.
Never seen anything like this. Twin terrors. Life is so brittle. Strong and hard.
They're coming.
Life is so
Actually made this harder than I needed to with the Maven Witness. It's kind of funny.
a most of my might. Twin terrors.
Failure.
Yeah.
Ambivalence.
Slightly more difficult than it needs to be.
Life is so brutal. Stop and hunt.
He's trying to recover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
Would go through the wrong way. Dead end.
Behold the face of your unmaking.
God, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped.
Life is so brittle. Twin terrors.
Come to me.
Oh, this is gonna be annoying as hell.
Stop and hunt.
Yeah.
Failure. Ambivalence.
It's harder with the Maven Witness. That's for sure. You get the double, like,
Failure.
Mortal flesh is so foul.
ran in and he touched me and I died. I have to farm another Shaper shit that did a Maven Witness when I'm not ready for this. Possibly.
Buy me some.
Let's get this to
Most
drop.
of my might.
Over.
me, exile.
Dude, the twin terrors during this phase sucks.
Failure.
So stupid. Yeah. This might be bricked.
Failure.
Yeah.
A moment for the modern virus.
Imagine if you were like good at this game. You just had the ability to dodge that stuff.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
Life is so brittle.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
Shadow, rise and fight.
I hate you, Maven.
Storm and Mont.
Come to me.
Could get really spicy, really quick.
Life is so brittle.
Yeah.
Failure. Ambivalence.
There was a circle under me. Yeah, Maven witnessing that is pretty dumb. So we gotta farm another set. It's unfortunate. What do you mean nerf end changes?
Decisions must.
One of my captors felt no emotion. He did not hesitate to inflict pain. Now, all he feels is intense, unstoppable agony.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Oh, like things like that. I think they reworked endurance charges mostly because they were doing a bunch of stuff with defenses in general, like base types on armor and reworking melee and stuff. I don't know what they're gonna do. It's possible that not only are they gonna change the Atlas and do a bunch of stuff like that. I mean, it is an expansion. There's a lot of stuff they could change. I mean, the game has been in one state for a year, so it's either going to go one of two ways. They're either not going to do much at all, which would be a major letdown because they haven't developed this game in a year, or they're going to change a lot of stuff because it has been a year. And I think because the player base has been playing the exact same form of the game for almost a year now, they're going to have to do some big stuff. What they're actually going to change outside of just the end game and stuff, whether that's like class stuff, sentences, for sure we're going to get like either new gems or they're going to rework gems. This, you know, I would imagine they want to shift the meta. So I imagine there's going to be very popular builds that get nerfed, or they're going to change how things work, or they're going to introduce new things that, you know, shift the meta a different direction. But I don't know exactly what they're going to do. It's been so long since they've updated this game. So they could do anything. Well, they've split their audience. You know, there's a large group of people that only play this game. I have many friends that only really want to play PoE 1. They have no desire to play PoE 2. So by splitting their player base between the two games, they've neglected a huge population of players. And there's a lot of people that play PoE 2 that also enjoy PoE 1.
To a crucible
So
that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Yeah. They did mention that they're going to go to 4-month development cycles going forward. So every 2 months, essentially, we'll get a new thing for either PoE 1 or PoE 2. Yeah, so they'll do PoE 2 or PoE 1 in June. And then in August, they're going to have a major PoE 2 update. And then in October, they're going to have a major PoE 1 update again. And then in December, they'll have another major PoE 2. So like every 2 months, we should be getting new content in one of the games. Which I think is a good plan on their part, because honestly, after like 4 to 6 weeks, most people have done everything they're going to do in a league. There's very few people that play a league for like 3 months at a go, you know? So if they give players something new to do every 2 months in one of the games, then I think that's a good balance. And as long as they're still putting development time into the 2 games and not neglecting one of them, I think they're going to be very successful. They just have to decide like how much resources they still want to put into PoE 1. And that might mean that they have to hire more people, you know? Or they're going to have to shift some of their team back to PoE 1 stuff. Because for me at least, PoE 1 is a far more interesting and fun game to play. Because there's just more stuff to do in it. And there's more build variety and things that you can do. PoE 2 has very limited build variety right now. And it has very little to do once you get through the campaign. And its crafting and like systems you use for gear and stuff are elementary compared to PoE 1. Just in the amount of options you have and things you can do. So they need a lot of time to work on that game. So neglecting PoE 1, which is a far better product in my opinion right now, is not a good idea. They just have to find the right balance between the two. But it's been so long since they've done anything in PoE 1 that I'm hoping there's going to be some big changes next week. Some big changes to the core game, a fun, interesting league mechanic, and hopefully new gems or iterations of gems to make things more interesting.
This is the key to a crucible. That's true.
Just want to grab these fragments quick and get another shot at this. It's frustrating.
One of my captives wore many faces.
I really just want to be farming Blight right now, but I feel compelled to get my Void Stones. Just want to get my Void Stones out of the way, so this is done and dusted.
Order and progress. Time infinitely stays in one's hands. The progenitor sought to test the limits of limitless power, to bear the burden of the Creator and wade through time's tide. A meaningless obstacle in the face of eternity.
Just a useless piece of shit.
I can't do this just yet.
is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind. One of my captains hid a beast within his heart.
Save the south.
So,
That's a fast.
So many scarabs. I like it.
From threads spun in long dead
Cha-ching.
the incidents take on the image of those who needed to hear it. I try to take shape and cannot. Try to fall into my past and cannot. I identify you. Buried and drowned by your fate. My mind is
Cha-ching.
as far above the
Chaos
thread
cord.
moving song.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Abominations, man, are scary mobs. For sure.
Cha-ching.
Ooh, we got a unique treasure. Or strongbox.
Cha-ching.
Call it a treasure. Basically treasure.
Cha-ching. 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 Oh, scarab. Finishing card.
I haven't seen a Verisium in a minute, so let's go ahead and do this guy.
I can't do this just yet.
That guy's terrifying.
Cha-ching. Oh, scarab. Cha-ching.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity.
Okay, let's try this again without fucking Maven.
I see you, little mouse. You don't belong here. Run along. You won't escape me, little Turn back, trespasser. Cease this madness. The smell of fear betrays you.
That was my least favorite. I hate this guy. And he goes into a wall. That freaking bleed, dude. This is the boss that kills everybody the first time they do it. So they're not expecting that bleed.
You tamper with things you do not understand.
That bleed is nasty. In the fire, of course he is.
Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. You force my hand again, little mouse. So be it. You've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order. Gaze.
They're coming.
Inconsequential.
He's injured, but not for long. We need to get back.
Behold the face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed. Embrace my
Stay close. They're coming.
imperfect.
He's trying to recover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
Come to me. This piece of shit.
And we got the same one. Rip. Yeah, that's unfortunate. There is a harvest craft for swapping them.
Help!
Requires some juice though. Change a stack of shaper fragments into other random shaper fragments. Do I farm harvest for a second and go flip that? That helm though, kind of interesting. Points left on the harvest tree. Extra scarab chance, I guess.
Hail! We've much.
You should check out what do you need?
Oh, hello there.
Yes?
Thinking.
We have enough investment here to attract the best of the best.
Come on in.
Alright, we're gonna farm a little harvest, swap that fragment, and then we have a set to try Uber Elder. See how that goes. Hopefully get him in one set. So we just have that Void Stone.
die rather well.
Orb of alteration. Cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching.
That's all of them.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
I didn't see a harvest. Maybe I missed it. Possible I missed the harvest. Yeah, I could have sworn I didn't see a harvest.
This seems to be worth something.
Thanks.
strength of the first ones runs in my veins. You will fall here. Good exile. The strongest wins. You one day. Nothing to hide.
Pick that up.
Only strength matters.
Oh, Scarab! Oh, Scarab!
Blessings.
I think what we'll do here is we'll just run some Harvest Scarabs with all the... Yeah, Harvest should be enabled, but just to force it, in case we get a weirdness like that. Could actually try to do a Maven real quick, because then that upgrades my Atlas. I get better drops for maps. And Maven's going to be interesting. I'm going to say we do a Maven real quick. See how this goes.
The prize piece comes to join my collection.
That's not where we wanted to put that stuff. I gotta remember how to boss. It's been like a year. Yeah, you really don't want to put that stuff on the edge there when we do memory game. I'm gonna put it right there. That's where we should have put it.
Will be returned tenfold. Space aligns.
Yeah, this is gonna kind of suck. Hopefully we just start over here.
Behold
Okay.
my collection.
I will have what I want. Death will not be an escape.
Up, right, up.
Scurry, scurry.
Up, right, up.
Stand still.
Alright, make sure we put these where they need to go. That was not where they need to go. Gotta play better.
Cascade of pain.
Really don't feel like doing Maven 18 times.
Stand still.
Death made real.
Cascade. Stand still.
made real. Resistance will be punished. Time contorts.
Alright. This is messy as fuck.
Scary.
Not ideal.
My irritation is growing. Death will not be an escape.
Alright, so we've got left, right, up, left, left, right, up, left. Okay, so like a circle.
Sorry.
Okay, we're gonna put these right here. It's much better placement.
Do what I say. Stand still.
Death made real.
Cascade of pain. Stand still.
Not the cleanest circles in the middle
Stop
at all.
resisting.
But
Reality bends.
oh shit. Forgot. Still have the circles. Like standing in the stuff.
Stand still.
Alright.
The prettiest piece makes the whole.
Not the best way to start that phase.
Death will not be an escape.
In memory game. I think we can actually cheese this by sitting through this. Or will this kill me? I can't remember if this will kill me or not. It's supposed to be undamageable. Okay.
Take this. Stand still. A cascade of pain.
I can't do this just yet.
Damn.
Stand still. Death will not be an escape.
Okay. Oh, definitely didn't see that the way I should have. I think it's now left. Yeah. Okay.
A cascade of pain. The prettiest piece makes the whole. Stand still.
Did memory game only to die to that? Come on, dude.
Take this.
They get some damage in on her.
The prettiest piece makes the whole.
Degen, man. Degen sucks.
Stand still. A cascade of pain.
Let me just get her to call.
It will not be an escape.
We got memory. Alright.
Scurry! Scurry! My collection is complete. A cascade of pain.
Well, that was not clean at all, but we got the Void Stone.
You forced an intervention, Nomad.
If you actually can play this game properly, that would be extremely easy for you. But
The toy refuses. The toy causes me pain.
we got a Legacy of Fury, so there's that.
Is the toy alive? Oh,
Sweet. Okay, so 3 Void Stones. Start generating a lot more T16s. Alright, we just gotta farm some harvest now. Easy money. And where's my harvest whiskers?
God tests our metal. Protect you, brute!
Divination card. Divination card. Divination card.
You are
The cycle of life and death is supposed to be general, not specific. You've seen what
You
I'm
should
glad we could
probably
come
pick
to an
that up.
understanding.
Gonna start favoring some maps soon too. Like, I'm probably gonna play Destructive. Well, I'll probably farm Blight, so I can just do one map that I really like over and over. Usually Toxic Sewer is a good one for this build.
Divination card. Divination card. Hunting round. Divination card. Divination card. Cha-ching. 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 Hunting round. Divination card. Divination card. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Or a Blippi Ground. Cool winds.
Damn, I've done 139 red maps. It's crazy. Doesn't seem like I've done that many.
Hunting round.
can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching! 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 Orb of evaporation! Cha-ching!
No more deals. Just good, clean violence.
Even better with a weapon than with words.
I'm a man. Next time you see me, I'll be a new man. With a new...
Cha-ching! 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 Cha-ching!
Yeah, we got enough now to be able to convert the fragment after this, so that's good.
Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Divination card! Cha-ching! 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 Cha-ching!
Got a lot actually. Okay. Let's go convert the frag. Wait, what? Change a stack of shipment to other random shipment. Does it? Wait, what? Oh, shit! I was. We need the yellow. Got it. So this is regular. This is what we need. Okay. Well, we got to do one more map then. It's farming the wrong harvest stuff. We're a little bit short on the juice. Yeah, we need like another 300, so we'll do another map.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
What's up, Monkey? How's it going? Yeah, this is the good old Cyclone build. The spin to win.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Okay. Alright, we have our Uber Elder set. Give this a shot. That would be our last Void Stone.
We've much to discuss.
My most fun build was in Delve League. I played Molten Strike Soul Eater from the belt. It was awesome. Oh yeah, the good old Headhunter. Yeah. Yeah, Molten Strike's a lot of fun. Alright, moment of truth. Let's see how this goes.
Father, no!
Make a figure 8 with my ants. Kinda dope.
Putrefy, rot, spoil, and fester.
Exile, do something!
Oh, Shaper. Not great. Okay, again, right now we're on Elder. Got Death Beam on us. The balls that are really scary. Back on Elder. I really don't like that that puddle is over there. maybe. Okay. Alright. Good now. Really? He had to tap me right when I tap him? Alright, dude. Whatever. Let's see what we got for loot.
Oh my god! Useless piece of shit.
Alright, and that is our last Void Stone. Which... it's right here. I was like, where's my Void Stone? Alright, all Void Stones done. GG. Could have done this a lot quicker, but I didn't prioritize doing map bossing the last 2 days. I was doing Blight, but we have all of our Void Stones. So now we can go back to farming Blight. I think we'll do Toxic Sewer as our map of choice. What do I like? Jungle Valley's not a bad map. We can run base into it. Worked out pretty well. Alright, we got some points we can spend on our Blight Tree. That is Shockwave. So this is a Cyclone Shockwave build, so we're using Cyclone in conjunction with Shockwave support. Our Cyclone triggers this, which does on melee hit a Shockwave that just does like a radius of damage. And then I'm using a MTX that gives it that effect. So right here, the Apollyon Shockwave effect gives it that visual that you see when it procs. Alright, let's figure out what points we want to put on the Blight Tree and then we'll go do some blighting. Do you want the crit chance on here? It does a decent amount of damage, yeah. I mean, Cyclone's your primary damage, but it does a decent amount. I kind of want to respec this tree into Exarch, because I want to get the crit on attacks on the gloves. Yeah. We're going to refund this. Actually, I don't know why I have any of that over there. We got lots of points. We could go into Scarab, I guess. Some Scarab stuff. Scarab drops would be nice too. I think we wanted to go increased quant for when we do our actual blighted maps. So we'll take all the wheel here. Okay. I think we'll take the scarabs then. Alright, now we can do blight stuff. Very happy. Alright.
God's warm. Oh, go on.
Be good for starting out.
Branching exile. It's branching exile. Let's see what this power can really do.
A worthy opponent.
The blight is trying to spread. What this power can really do. The blight is trying to spread. You're making my mycelium! New roots! Branching exile. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Yeah, now we just sit back and win the game, I guess.
The blight is trying to spread. Things are getting too close to my pump. New routes. Let's see what this tower can really do.
Oh shit, stuff's getting on my pump. Not paying attention. So what's getting through here? Oh, it's spawning right here, I guess. Pay attention to what's going on. Minions there, I guess. Let's go Soul Eater mob.
Let's see what this tower can really do.
Orbit's going! Cha-ching! You should probably pick that up. Shiny! Hi, T-Round! Jewelry's orb! Shiny! You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. Jewelry's orb of regret! Orb of fusing! Orb of regret! Orb of regret! Blower's bubble! Silver oil! Blower's bubble! Orb of Star! Hi, T-Round! Jewelry's orb!
Oh, go on.
Keep forgetting I can anoint these in my stash tab. This is gonna be tight. Tight, tight, tight.
Light is trying to spread. The flight is trying to spread. Is trying to spread. Put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots. Put out new mycelium. New roots. The blight is trying to spread. It's trying to spread. It's branching, exile! It's branching, exile! Put out new mycelium. New roots. Put out new mycelium. New roots. What this power can really do.
Gem Orb of Scouring! Chaos Orb. Orb of Scouring! Orb of Alchemy! Regal Orb! Illusion Charge! Orb of Dragon! Orb of Scouring! Alchemy! Chaos Orb! Orb of Regret! Chaos Orb! You should probably pick that up. Hi, T-Row! Cha-ching! Chaos Orb. Glass Ball! Shiny! Shiny! Oh, Scarab! Oh, Scarab! Oh, Scarab! Splinter! You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. Chaos Orb. Orb of Scouring! Orb of Scouring! Oh, Scarab! Oh, Scarab! Orb of Regret!
I believe in traveling light.
Stack deck! Stack deck! Stack deck!
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I forgot to roll those annoyance on the last map. That's why the towers were so expensive. I was like wondering, why are the towers so expensive? Alright, let's get this going. Let's do it. This should be a lot more sit back and chill since the towers will actually be cheap.
Put out new mycelium! Ugh. New roots!
Okay. The lightning here for these guys.
Light is trying to spread.
That other fire.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots. It's put out new mycelium. New roots. Put out new mycelium! Ugh, new roots! It's branching, exile! It's branching, exile. Let's see what this tower can really do. It's put out new mycelium. New roots. Do not let them reach the purification pump. Put out new mycelium! Ugh, new roots! It's put out new mycelium! New roots!
Orb of Scouring! Orb of Alchemy! Blessed Orb! Orb of Alchemy! Orb of Scouring! Chaos Orb! A very valuable herb! You should check it out! Orb of Alchemy! Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Lover's bubble! Cha-ching! Val orb!
It was pretty good for getting this like bubblegum currency. I do need.
You should probably hit that up. Jingle orb! Cha-ching! Orb diffusing! Cha-ching! Orb diffusing! Hi, Team Cha-ching! Orb of regret!
Reliquary key. Nice.
Stack deck! Stack deck! Stack deck! Stack deck! Stack deck!
I believe in traveling light.
This is an interesting ring. 96 life. And it's got some cold resist. It's got accuracy, which we really kind of need. So, can't put another suffix on here. I could slam this. Do like that it has the accuracy on there, and damage taken recouped his life is pretty nice actually. Because now with this ring on, I should be able to drop this node. And I'm still at 100% hit. Gives me a point on the tree. Let's put back into life. I could slam that ring. Something I can't use at all, but okay. Ring is still better. And it had slightly more life. It's really the accuracy and the damage taken recouped his life that's pretty damn nice. In an ideal world, eventually I'll have chaos rings that also have chaos on them. Black chaos resist. That'll be nice. Alright. So we can go take a look at this reliquary key and see what I get. Moment of truth.
Supposed to use this piece of shit.
Oh. That's actually kind of cool. Because if we ever get a storm shroud, then we have a darkness. We can run this. Some jewels. That's kind of dope. Take that, I guess. A decent ring out of that. Can't complain.
Put out new mycelium! Oh, new roots! The blight is trying to spread!
Okay.
The light is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Let's do stun.
It's branching exile.
I didn't mean to leave. Gotta move the portal. Annoying.
The blight is trying to spread. It's branching exile. The blight is trying to spread.
Alright. I think we're good on the north side there.
Is trying to spread. blight is trying to spread! Let's see what this power can really do! The blight is trying to spread!
Easy money.
Orb of Alteration! Orb of Chaos Core! Orb of Fusing! You should probably pick that up. 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 Orb of Scouring. Pick that up. You should probably pick that up. Regal Orb! Orb of Fusing! Chaos Orb! Orb of Alchemy! Val Orb! Orb of Regret! Chaos Orb! Orb of Alchemy! Orb of Regret! You should probably pick that up. You should Regal Orb! You should probably pick that up. Orb of Alchemy! Always bubble!
I believe in traveling light.
You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up.
I think this time I'm going to do 2 teal, then run an opalescent. See how this goes. Alright, so anything coming down this way should be effectively stopped by that.
It's branching exile!
Basically, this is our choke point.
The blight is trying to spread! It's put out new mycelium! New roots! The blight is trying to spread! The blight is trying to spread! It's branching exile! It's put out new mycelium! Ugh, new roots! Put out new mycelium! New roots! Put out new mycelium! New roots!
Didn't even break a sweat.
It's put out new mycelium! New roots! It's branching exile! are getting too close to my pump.
Yeah, I think 2 teal and a lucky chest is not bad.
Cha-ching! 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 Orb of alchemy! Orb of alchemy! Orb of alchemy! You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. Jewelry sword! You should probably pick that up. Cha-ching! You should probably pick that up. Incubator. You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up.
I believe in traveling light.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Let's do a Blight Ravaged. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Actually have to pay attention now. These maps get a little scary. Alright, so this is going to be pretty straightforward. North or south? It's north or south. I want to keep things close to where I can control them, so... It's like a good choke point here. Then choke point here. Alright, here goes nothing. Might be able to kill some of these off the bat. Just to get some stuff going here. Beautiful. Put a lightning here just to have a bit of variety. So we get a fire mob. This is a nice choke point. I don't like that it's super close to...
Branching exile.
This'll do. Minions here, put another fire tower here. Another frozen thing here. Just layers of defense essentially. Don't want anything to ever get through this.
It's put out new mycelium.
We should be able to just let this hold the line.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Focus the rest of my stuff on the other side up here.
It's branching exile.
How's this looking? Pretty good. Pretty good.
The blight is trying to spread.
Some slow here.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Don't like that that's so close, but we should be able to do this. And this.
The blight is trying to spread.
How's this area looking? Yeah, our choke point is holding.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots. What this tower can really do.
Need more towers over here.
The blight is trying to spread. Put out new mycelium. New roots.
Wow, we had like horrible RNG on towers here. Oh no, these guys are coming through.
Let them reach the purification pump.
Oh yeah, we're getting overrun. Rip. have sworn this choke point would have held them. It's kind of dumb. So we'll try the other one.
Okay, let's go.
Sure. This is an interesting one. My portal down here, so it's out of the way. Alright, well, we'll see how this goes. Oh, that's because I don't have the chilling thing on my ring anymore. So my chilling towers aren't actually freezing them in place. That's fucked. Yeah, that'll do it. That's why I failed. Which means this map's probably going to be fucked. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, this map is probably bricked too. GG. Didn't realize that. I could grab my other ring real quick. I think we'll do that. Saved it. I should be able to anoint. The ring. Bro, give me my ring. What are you doing? Okay. I think we're good now. That explains why that map bricked. Because I was like, shouldn't have bricked at all. Like the towers were set up fine, they weren't freezing them. This explains a lot.
It's branching, exile.
You see now they're getting frozen in place like they should. Pretty dumb that they weren't doing that.
Put out new mycelium. New roots.
Should be good to go now.
New mycelium. New roots. The blight is trying to spread. Put out new mycelium. New roots. is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots. Put out new mycelium.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
New roots.
What is happening here?
Branching exile.
And that.
It's branching exile.
Just completely bypassing all my stuff. That's
Put
cool.
out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots.
Okay, I think we somehow saved this map. That was bananas. We have a bunch of bosses up, basically. It's just gonna take a while. It's crazy how those two ring enchants make or break these maps. Alright.
Chaos Orb. Orb is Chaos Orb. Orb is fusing. Regal Orb. Orb of Scouring. Chaos Orb. Orb of Alchemy. Synthesized item. Chaos Orb. Orb of Fuse Orb. Jeweler's Orb. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
It's kind of a lackluster loot session here.
I believe you tread light.
Shiny. Are refusing. Val or Chaos Core.
Okay. That was a really kind of lackluster loot session from that Blight Ravaged, not gonna lie. I expected better stuff. So now it becomes like if I was gonna continue with SSF, I would grind out Blight, maybe one day get a Stampede. But like we did the League start stuff, right? We completed the Atlas, got all of our Void Stones. We have like a decent set of gear to farm everything outside of T17s and Pinnacles. To do T17s and Pinnacles, we would honestly need like T17s and Pinnacles, we'd need a much better staff, so I'd have to focus my attention on crafting a better weapon, probably making a better chest that has at least twice the armor and better stats on it, and then hopefully getting like a Stampede and a Cyclone of Tumult, or scaling damage off Cyclone, but like the base gem. But I think like this was a pretty successful week test. If I wanted to play SSF, it's very doable. And I wouldn't need to have to worry about trade. I could complete everything and then just grind in SSF to get the stuff I need to power creep into the late end game. But yeah, it's definitely doable. I think I'm done for today. I might post a quick video on this build and showcase what I have after a week of playing SSF, just to show people it's perfectly doable. And then I might start working on a second character that I might want to level in case anything happens that bricks this build. But I gotta say, as of right now, this is probably what I'm playing if it doesn't get nerfed. I might create a second test league and do another character. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. Should I get PoE 2 or PoE 1? PoE 1 is free right now. Just play it. PoE 2 does cost, I think, like $30 for the supporter pack to get into it. PoE 1 is a much better game later in the end game. Like what I'm playing right now is much better than PoE 2. But PoE 2 has better boss fights, and the campaign, the first time you go through the campaign, it feels really nice. It's way more difficult and got more of a Dark Souls feel to it, but the replayability is kind of terrible. Doing that campaign over and over is just feels shitty. and the end game is unpolished and incomplete. So I think PoE 1 is the better game by many margins right now. I think one day PoE 2 will be very good and right up there with PoE 1, but that's probably like at least a year away, maybe a year and a half. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. I'm gonna go. I might record a quick video after this on this character and just post it on the channel. And my thoughts on the build and what I might do in 3.26. And then I might start looking tomorrow at making a second build. Thanks, Morg. Yeah, PoE 1 if you want to play like long term and replayability and in-game features and much more content. PoE 2, I would treat PoE 2 like a single player game. You know, you play it once, maybe make a second character, try a different type of build, and I'd come back to it in like 6 months or a year when they've let it cook for a bit and polish it off, and there's more build variety and more stuff to do after the campaign, and they put more quality of life into it. But I appreciate everybody watching. Should be a video posted maybe tonight about this build, and then if the build doesn't get nerfed next week, when they release the patch notes and the reveal, I'll do an official video and I'll showcase my actual character from Settlers and go over a lot more detail. If the build gets nerfed, I'll find something else to play. So thanks everybody for watching. Hopefully Cyclone is good to go for 3.26, and catch you all later.